All right. Hopefully that fixed it. I don't know. You know. You know how it is. That damn internet. Doing those damn internet things. Pardon me. How is everyone? Are we back online? Let me check the things. Right, Twitch is alive. Bigums, how's it going? Sorry, you must have sent that just before I shut it off. Cool. Looks like YouTube works as well. All right. Cool. All right, so last time. Also, can I get some tests in the chats? Just to make sure they're working, because my chat is empty. Just kidding, I'm farming engagement. Is it working? Okay. Thank you very much. Some tests. Thank you, Glitched. Also, Adam, hello. And Bigums, how's it going? So last time, which was yesterday, I was dicking with the blood stuff. We were just dicking around with... I spent like an hour just doing dumb shaders. Which is funny. Quite funny. Looks like tomato sauce. Master's not allowed word on Epic, by the way. I think that's just in the source code. If you're submitting thingos. I think you're just not allowed to use archaic terminology. In the engine code if you're submitting thingos. Shell water simulation. So this is a... I don't even know what to call it. It's not shallow water sim. It's kind of like a virtual pipes. How do I even describe it? It's like a cellular... I don't even know how to describe it. It's like inflow, outflow for each cell. And then we use the normals of the stuff as the determiner for the inflow, outflow stuff. It's the same thing I'm using. So it's different from a shallow water sim, which is like this kind of thing. Where, you know, we're like shooting water around. Shwing, shwing. It's more just for, like... I guess it's more for just things dripping, or running off, or running down, than anything. Oh, is this kind of blood flow? Yeah. Yeah, I think. I don't know how they did theirs. I mean, this will link into like the footstep, or you know, the snow / sand stuff, which I think is something Last of Us did as well. I think I've got that turned off at the moment. But yeah, the blood will be able to like pool up in footprints and divots and whatnot. I did do the water, yeah. Screen says part of this is some motion tracking stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes they, I've seen some of their talks, and they say they use screen space effects to do stuff. But I feel like what they mean by screen space effects is they mean, like, buffered decals. Like, it was something about, oh yeah, we use, like, for the glass cracking, or, like, breaking glass and whatnot, they use, yeah, screen space effects or something. Which, like, yeah, I just figure means it's like a buffered decal buffer. Oh, I forgot that there's this shader down here. This is using, like, the old shitty version of it. It's funny. I can't remember if this was a, oh, it doesn't matter anyway. It can be low res. What res is it? It's 2... That's 512. Cool. Yeah, so I don't know what I want to do right now. Yeah. Other question I have, why don't you use level subsystem instead of managing actor? It was just easier. It was just easier, honestly. It also has to... Something has to hold the Niagara system. So the Niagara system has to be attached to an actor, pretty much. Generated access in a good way? Yeah. I guess, but... I mean, I think there is a subsystem... the one that calls the... Let me just... I think Sov programmed something in. So you can just, like, get... Yeah, get Prismatiscape Manager. Which returns PScape Manager object, and then you cast down... to whatever your, you know, child blueprint version is. But yeah, I'd like to revisit a lot of stuff in the future. I get stuck on shallow water, which I guess is what you're trying to show off, but when I messed around with it, I decided it wasn't stable enough to be useful, to be a useful game shader. Yours looks pretty stable. You're not concerning yourself with, like, the height of water at a point. There's either water or no water. Yeah, so currently the water is just like a surface. It's not actually, like, I can't push water up on to this ledge, right? Which is actually what I wanted to work on today, was being able to have the water outside of a surface be able to travel past this water boundary. So this is just like a plane, right? This is just like a piece of geometry with a shader on it. And then we draw the height of that. Why does that go... That's weird. We draw the height of that to a runtime virtual texture, and that's how we know whether we're inside it or not. Like that. And then the same goes for, like, down here. There's a bit more. Right, I haven't fixed the, It's funny. Just ignore ignore that big builder. So cursed. Yeah, for sure, Almarath. That sounds very handy. Okay, ignore this water doing its weird water shit. But yeah, all of this water is just, you know, it's placed there, and there's no runoff or anything. It's just the surface of the water where the simulation's bound to. However, I do want to do water going up ledges and whatnot. It won't be like a true, it's not a true water flow. But it's mainly, well, one, hopefully it makes the rivers look a bit nicer with the way they, like, flow around and do liquid things. But then also for the ocean shader, I want to do some shore waves. And so my idea for the shore waves is to... Why is that? Oh, that's been compressed again, isn't it? That's funny. Yeah, so what I want to do is, like, have the shore and kind of just let it... So in Niagara, I'll be running the same kind of shader logic. So according to Niagara, it will just look like this, right? So we've got this water, or we've got this land here, and then we've got this kind of, you know, there's like heaps of clipping and blah, blah, blah. But my idea is to just use this to kind of like max the water, or like, you know, do like a shore simulation. And then max that over this shader. So whichever one is higher ends up being the truth. And this will just feed into it. So it'll feed its velocity and height into the water shader, and then it will just do, you know, it'll naturally go up and come back down and all that kind of stuff. So the shoreline simulation will be completely like one way. But it should look decent. We're working on a shore shader in Godot. Oh, nice, nice. Seems like we decided to work on the same things in parallel. That happens to me all the time with, like, so much stuff. Bigum, sorry. Grass Foliage interaction multiplayer session. As the host, I can see other players and my own interactions with the grass. The others who aren't the host cannot see their own or other grass interaction at all. Plays their package game on Steam. Press playing completely unedited. Interesting. Let me think. I can't remember if it... I wonder if this wouldn't be... I mean, this shouldn't be set to replicate. Nothing should actually replicate. It should just all be handled on the clients. So the client's Prismatiscape subsystem should be spawning the manager actor that holds all the stuff. And it should just set itself up on begin play, set all the stuff. That's weird. I wonder, can you, is it developer built? Can they use commands? Setting component to follow, which everyone is doing because everyone has their own Prism manager. Seems to not work at all. Interesting. Yeah, because it should be initial params, in play, any component to follow, player 0. And everyone is their own player 0, correct? And everyone has a root component. Yeah, everyone's player 0. I'm trying to think if there's a good way to, like, debug that kind of thing easily. Without it being a shipping bill, like, you know. If they make this on your side with 2 birds. Nah, because, when you do multiplayer debug stuff, all of the assets get shared, like in memory. So it, yeah, I could try running separate clients. I just don't really have anything set up to be able to, like, I guess I could do it in here, right? Yeah. I might try it tomorrow when I've got a bit more time. I'm just trying to think what it could be. Like, why would it be grumpy? Yeah, I guess it just depends. Maybe it's that the manager isn't being spawned. Maybe it's just not following the players. Maybe it isn't ticking. Maybe it isn't. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not super sure. Epic Dragonfly, hello. How's it going? Would you mind saying you're trying to do the water system, trying to catch up with the stream? Yes, so right now, I've moved the water velocity to like an actual, fluidy fluid simulation. So you can see like this blood stuff can be like moved around with the water's velocity and stuff, which is cool. But now I want to I want to make it so the water can flow up edges to some degree. Although I want to kind of change the water velocity again. And then last night I also did this really stupid blood and paint thingo. Finalizing level moments after the host started as a beginning play run on actors locally, even if it's not replicated. It should. Because I think begin play is on your begin play. Do you know whether if you have any water as water simulation or your water liquid has to be water simulation? If you have any water as water simulation or your water liquid has to be water simulation. It's a good point. So I'm kind of... So like this here isn't a water simulation necessarily. The simulation is only about this big. And it's using the water as a mask to run the simulation inside of. So like... I can actually just show you the render targets. So this is like the water surface render target. And so as I move around, it moves around. But then it will also... Okay. And it disappears off the edge. So it's like, it's locally bound. Also, just excuse the extreme cursedness of the... whatever this is. Just, So yeah, any water in the distance is just like... It's just water. You know? Still looks like water. Still does whatever the water shader stuff is. But it's more just the interaction that we're concerned with. I realized something. Well, yeah, I think that's what we're going to work on first. Is the water stuff. The other thing I've been working on, Meadow, is the Prismatica World Sim stuff. World simulation. Simulate the world. Everything's just simulate, 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 you know. I need to press a button first. So this little system here, which this is probably like, you know how I've like done heaps of really dumb shit. This is probably like the peak. This is the peak of dumb things. Oh, let me turn the... No, why is it so wet? Hello? Okay, well, that's a... Let me turn the vortex off. So, this system here... Is it... What have I set the surface water to? Oh, it starts at 1.1. Let's go 0.5. So yeah, this whole system here is... like a climate simulation for game worlds. And so all of this like mist is humidity, or the blue mist. And then the blue mist condenses into clouds as it goes higher and cools down. And then those clouds will eventually precipitate once they gather enough, you know, water. But then at the same time, the sun is heating up the land evaporates stuff, the hot air rises, which then causes wind currents to form. And so you get like in the morning, you get breeze coming in from the ocean. And then at nighttime, you get breeze going out to the ocean. Same thing with like lakes. And lakes will, you know, form mist around them. And then that mist can blow around and whatnot. I mean, mist is just clouds that are down here, basically. So it's all a bit silly. But it you know, it's a lot of fun. It's a good learning experience as well. You know, mountains act as like wind breaks. You can see, you know, stuff going around the mountains and whatnot. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting one. So I've kind of put that not on hold. I'm just like tinkering with it in my own time because it's just a lot of dicking around. Lots and lots of dicking. I wonder if they're ever gonna... it's getting pretty fucked. But yeah, there's a few view modes for the shader that I've set up. Like, this is the wind velocity. Which, it kind of seems like overkill to do wind, you know, all the way up in the atmosphere, but that's kind of, you kind of need it for the clouds to actually work. This is the wind on the ground, so you can kind of see if the colors match, but I've just kind of projected it down onto the thingo. Then there's the temperature, which, you know, you can see kind of hot air or warm air here, which is then rising up and cooling down. So that's like negative coolness up here. And then the hydrology view mode is here. I think I'm probably going to lower the bounds of it to be... so currently it's 32 cells tall, but I think I'm going to go 16 cells tall. The only problem is that if... So this is like an 8 kilometer... 8 kilometer by 8 kilometer island. These are like house sizes. So it's like on a pretty large scale. But I think... Because, like, imagine if there was a landscape and it, like, gradually goes higher and higher and higher. You know. Up to here. And it's like, well, now I've run out of room in the simulation. So I think what I'm going to do is a... let's say, like, this is the terrain, right? And then, like, it slowly starts getting higher and higher. Right? And so currently it would just be like, here's the sea level. Or I go slightly below sea level because there can be valleys that go below the sea and whatever. And then currently, like, let's say this is where the ceiling was. But then if the landscape went on and on and on and slowly got higher, it would then get out of bounds. So what I want to do is take like a sparse average of the landscape and then use that to skew the simulation. So like this, the kind of bottom and top of the simulation. I mean, obviously in Niagara, it would still look like a cube. Like this. Oh wow, that's terrifying. Where's 3D view? This here. So this is what the... what way does it go? I think that's hot air rising. Yeah. No, that's falling air. That's the land. Okay, it's here. Right. So yeah. This is what the wind looks like. A bit fucked up. So it would still look like this in Niagara's side, but it would be mapped onto something that could, you know, kind of bend. And that way there's still all of like the local variation. Like this and whatnot. So, you know, wind can blow around these. And it'll still take into account the actual, you know, air pressure and like temperature offset. But all of the velocity and advection would just take place pretty much as normal, because hopefully the angle here wouldn't be enough to actually, like, you know, change the course of the wind and whatnot. You can kind of just presume that the wind, if a wind is blowing this way and the air is this, then it would just kind of do this. Like, it's fine. So that's a longer term idea for it. On direction, give it the modeling text. Yeah, like it's stupid because this view here is upside down. Like this is, well, this is 0, 0. So this is positive R. This is positive G. But then the B channel goes 0 here down to 1. Whereas, like, I always think of, you know, it's like in here, right? Like in the viewport, B is lowest here, and then as you go up, it goes positive. Like, why doesn't this just default to this orientation? So fucking dumb. I guess they want you looking at the first, like the 0th slice, maybe? There's our clouds. But anyway, that's another little fun project I've been dicking with. But it also, this is why I went into it at first. It uses the same fluid logic as the blood. So if I just well, yeah. Let me reset it. So you can see it starts with water all over the surface, and then the water runs down the mountains. And will eventually kind of like coalesce into all the divots and whatnot. Which means that like all of the little valleys and stuff are going to end up with more moisture. Which means they'll probably be more fertile. So you can kind of use this... Well, The whole aim of it is that you'll just be able to, like, click a button and it'll generate the initial, you know, it'll run the simulation for, like, a simulated 100 years or something. So that it all, you know, it gives it, like, a baseline. And from that, you know, like, biomes form. So you don't really place biomes. It kind of, you know, biomes naturally occur where they would occur. And things like, yeah, like jungles, forests, deserts, tundras, mountains, you know, land fertility, moisture content, blah, 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 all of that kind of occurs emergently. But then from that point onward, from the initial condition, it then continues to simulate the weather and whatnot. And, you know, like seasons aren't actually determined by, like, a season's parameter. The seasons are emergent because the days get shorter and longer over time. So when the days get shorter, the land is getting heated up less often, which means that it cools down in general. And then, yeah. Good artist contributed to the system? Kind of. So there'll be, like, some things that you can sort of paint in advance. Like, for example, the equatorial zone. So let's say, like, this is supposed to be your entire game world. But you want, like, a snowy region and, like, a desert region and whatnot. You could set a pole to be here and the equator to be here or over here, which would shorten the days, you know, from one to the other. Or just make it so that the sun heats it up less in, you know, so more over here, less over there, and a middle amount in here. So kind of stuff like that, but it's kind of more geared towards, like, simulation and really stupid shit. The main point of it being that it's interactive. So, like, you could erupt a volcano or set off a nuclear bomb, or there's a giant fire-breathing dragon that's, like, melting all of the snow and causing floods down here. And then when you kill the dragon, the floods stop happening. But then, like, you know, I don't know, there's no water for the people in the village, so they all dehydrate and die. Or you build a giant wind machine to blow all of the mist from the lake onto a town, and then you use the cover of the fog to raid the town. I don't know, just real dumb shit like that. What's the name of such fluid simulation for hot air wind? So I'm just using Navier-Stokes. So just basic, what do you call it? Stable fluids, I think, is the approach. So it's all cell-based. So just grid, although it's a 3D grid in this case. And, you know, each cell has a velocity and whatnot. and then you take that velocity and you pull the velocity from over here into this one. Or you technically take the average and use that to trace backwards and pull that into there. And then there's a corrective stage to maintain... what do you call it? Maintain mass? I don't know. Oh, what happened to my... Hold on. Went fucked up. My audio just went weird. Texture artist could paint low human, no wind, etc. Artist could paint foggy desert. Yeah. So there could be like offset modifiers. So like, you know, just like raise the temperature by some amount over here. The only problem with that is that, let's say the temperature was just higher in one region than another. That then causes some weird feedback loops. But yeah. Like, there does need to be those kind of offset things just for like balancing and like, oh, I want the desert to be a little bit more desertous. A lot of it will really just come from temperature offsets. Yo, Cream, are you there? Are you still there? You need blood like this in Suit for Hire. Need some sweet juice, some tomato juice. I think I'm gonna have to do a height-based one though, rather than normal-based, because the RVT just doesn't. I don't know. Unless I did a scene capture and just took the normals from it, but that's like a whole fucking render pass. But that's what an RVT is doing anyway. But I don't know. Gross. So goopy. Alright, let's turn off the blood for now. No more blood for the blood god. No paint, no paint, no paint. One thing I wanted to do in the water stuff was maybe do some Vorticity confinement. Oh, why is that? Oh, you fucking dumb. Can I just, like, clear? Hold on. Okay, now I can turn it off. Okay. So yeah, I wanted to... I don't know, I kind of just need to fuck with the fluid stuff again. I think I'll turn the ripples off. So we will do no rippleage. No water ripples. Water velocity and wind to water sim. Water velocity. Oh, yeah, no, turn that off. We'll still get water surface. Don't worry about puddles. That's all fine. Water surface and fade. Yeah. Water input to water sim. Water velocity direction, cool. Any plans to create some paid courses about Unreal Engine? No, I don't believe in paid courses. So I'm not the man. Free courses? I mean, yeah, I've got heaps, you know, I got you covered. Wait, what the hell is... Why is it giga gooping? This looks like my child have to override the actual Prismatic manager's EBP. What's EBP? Event begin play. Add a delay to EBP and apply the collection params and apply styles, etc. Then reinitialize. Navigate system and enable actor tick. Try to delay the applying profiles. It doesn't work at all. You need to reinit it again. Ah, true. Interesting. Okay. I mean, that's good to know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I might program in just like a, like manually initialize it button. Rather than it being a begin play function. Why is it so goopy looking? I just don't understand. It probably needs to diffuse, right? That's probably why I'm not fucking... Let me also turn off wind. Plug water surface and fade. Add water input to water sim. Should probably do a diffusion post advection. Actually, I could probably do it in here, right? Ready water, render targets, post sim. Yeah, maybe I'll do it in here. This is called diffuse water stuff. And we're going to get a grid boy. Water grid. Oh god, we have to do the thing again. Where's water divergence? Grab this. I wish this had a fucking input. Like, who's fucking dumb, stupid? Pardon me. Why can this not be exposed as a pin? It's actually fucking infuriating. Because, like, it would be so easy, right? If I could just make a function that did this big, you know, bullshit. And just output, you know, right, left, up, down values. Like that. But then you can't change the fucking... It's just fucking stupid. I fucking hate it. I just want to fucking die. I hate this fucking Niagara stupid piece of... I'm fine. I'm fine. Shall I ever enter chat, or are we just some asset in his content browser? I don't know. I wish you guys were assets in my content browser. Because then I could just pull one of these ones, you know? I mean this one, sorry. I had my mouse over the wrong one. I meant duplicate for like more views. Alright, let's see diffusion amount. So this is going to be, you know, I'll grab a get from here. At least I got filtered for once. Alright, grab a float. This is called water velocity diffusion rate. This then gets multiplied by... Oh, we need the sim size world space. Sim size world space divided by number of cells gives us the size per cell. Size per cell times 2. For some reason. I think that's just how it fucking goes. I don't know. Delta time. You go into there. Cool. So this is our base rate. And then water velocity diffusion rate. Blah, blah, blah. Goes into the lerp. Because it's delta time. Da-da-da-da-da. Water velocity diffusion rate. Which means that it will be a low value. Which means the higher it is, then there. And that needs to be saturated. Then we get new water velocity. And then, cool. Let's also just go here. I also want that before. Thingos. Water grid. Is water grid. Sim size world space is sim size world space. Water diffusion velocity fucking schmoshy boshy rate 10. So this should help with some bullshit. But again, like I didn't do... I don't know. It just doesn't add up. It just does not add up. Like, yeah, it's doing fluids, but it's so like not correct. It's incorrect. Compared to, again, something like what I have set up over here. In this one. Like, this is the exact same logic, it's just less fucked up. Like, that's what I want. Why doesn't it just do it? And yeah, like, okay, that's like a bigger... I don't know. I just want to die. If I put the velocity up higher, then it just does... Even that isn't, like, that bad. Like, it's fine. I mean, it's very, it's still gloopy. Augustus gloop. I don't know, maybe it is just about the velocity input. It's a fine spaghetti you got there. You can yoink it all you want, Boom. I made it just for you. I know how much of a spaghetti connoisseur you are. You adjusted the gloopness? No, I haven't. You in the imaginary blend disc going fluid flux. Recently upgraded his fluid so it'll be really fast. Maybe just with the method he's using. True. Actually, I've seen his latest videos on fluid flux. Yeah, maybe I'll pick his brain about it. I've also talked to AK that does Fluid Ninja. He kind of got me started on all of this Niagara grid bullshit. Let me see what kind of velocities we're dealing with. Well, it's just the true velocity, right? We get the radius, ball mask, hard. Mask ball velocity by ball mask. The strength is 1. And that is our ball's value. They work together, shit. That's cool as. Yeah. Integration makes sense. Yeah, because I know AK does a lot of, you know, like volumetric, and he loves his smoke and fire stuff. Because that's kind of what Fluid Ninja was originally all about. Named after a gun. AK, true. Yeah. Or maybe the gun's named after him. Zallan, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And then when I add it to the sim, it's just the input multiplied by delta time. Added to the fluid velocity. And that's it. The rest of it's just... What were you doing? Final cut. Oh, that's just dye, advection. Divergence, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it all falls apart when the cell size is factored in, it seems. Niagara Trio? I don't know what I could offer to them, you know. Other than, like, maybe making it a bit easier to implement. Be more like a test run dude. I don't think I really have any, like, unique ideas. Other than maybe the weather simulation. But yeah, I think they're... I mean, that's the thing, though, is that I don't think either of them make... or are making games at the moment. Because I know a lot of... you know, tech people... could probably... Like, you know, Prismatiscape is built... for my game first, and then offered to the people. Thanks, Elian. I mean, I think that's my I think that's one of my strengths, is that I'm just a normal dude, so I tend to explain things like a normal dude would, that other normal dudes can understand. Right, so this is water velocity. This is water height. If you... well, let me go 3 for... you go into here. I don't think I know for real. There will be bloodshed, that is correct. Can I make this not cast shadows? No casting shadows. It's banned. Casting shadows is... bitch, that's a shadow, if ever I've seen one. Put the normals up a bit. Cool. Alright, so... let's go and revisit our fucked up water simulation. It's just... I don't know what's wrong with it. It's just fucked. What am I doing wrong? Also, why does that always fucking... like, what's all that shit? Get out of your buggy ass UI. Alright, diffuse water, 0.1. Let's just... no diffusion. Diffusion's banned. Let's also get the... right, so that's not even diffusing. Oh, right, the water surface is why it's fading out so quick. Right, okay. So here's some fluid shit happening. Which, again, like, it's moving too fast for my character. Cornstarch pool, exactly. Like, that just doesn't make sense. Why does it look so... it's because of the DDX DDY, isn't it? Why is that getting drawn? Wait, what is getting drawn to the water RT? Am I still drawing? Add water input to water sim second. Is that it? No. Yeah, that would be it actually. Reservoir projection. Ready water render targets. So this is the normals here, so that should be okay now. Why? What is this getting drawn to the water render target? Like, why are you... What is getting drawn there? And why? I think that is the... Yeah, that's the inputs to the water. Water height 0. Okay, so now it's velocity only. What is this doing? I don't care. Reblocking the edges. Yeah, right. Yeah, you gotta kind of like hide artifacts like that. Also, what's the go with the normals here? Like, oh no, I know what it is. It's that the normals aren't. What's it called? They're already in negative. They're already positive and negative. Okay. Yeah, I think on a large scale, it looks like how water should be looking. Yeah, it's definitely like multiplying the velocity or something somehow. Like, why is it going that fast for something going this speed? Doesn't make sense. Like, why do I need to divide it by 100? That's kind of issue number 1. So when we advect stuff, it's the true water velocity. Let's just go add water input, blah, blah, blah. If I just get this, the input, and just get the length of it, then saturate it, and then just multiply that by some input value. Well, delta time times this guy, multiplied by a velocity. Let's just say 200 in the x, and then put that into the water velocity. What the fuck are you... Huh? Oh, sorry. Add that to the water velocity. Silly, silly me. Yeah, so now it's moving it in the x direction, but that's like way, way faster than, you know, 200 units per second. Or is it? Who knows? Look at that. Yeah, way, 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 way faster. So the problem must be in, well, I guess the advection stage, probably. Which is where all the fuckery is happening. Do you work in a company at some position, or are you a boss and mainly... Own boss and work mainly on these projects? Yeah, I just work for myself. Doing the YouTube and the Twitch and the... selling the plugin and that kind of stuff. I'm not very good at, like... working, you know? Not a very good worker. Workist. So now this is just the pressure solver solving pressure. Maybe I'll put the, hold on. Is there anybody who to make sure it's 200 units? No. I don't think so. Does the performance of this rise with how many border bodies you have, or is it a base cost thing? It's a base cost thing, so because the simulation follows the camera around, you know, it will just, well, excuse the explosions, but it will just work wherever you are. So it's like infinitely extendable without any extra cost. But it just means that if you're looking at something 40 meters away, it won't... Oh, that one looks normal. Yeah, it just won't work. Or you won't see it. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Probably a second, we need something for it. Yeah, you could have like a lower resolution one, which is something I've thought of doing, and doing like a handoff kind of thing, but I don't know. Handing off the low res to the high res, and then the high res back to the low res. It's a bit complicated for me. All right, let's so that's the actual unit here, or the actual UVs. You know what it might be? Hold on. If we get this value divided by the sim size, which should give us how much, and then multiplied by delta time. This here should, theoretically, tell us how it should be moving. It needs to fuck off. Foam these nuts. Make sure they're all, yeah. Like, that's not moving 200 units. Why isn't it? Let me get rid of the projection and stuff as well. No diffusion, no projection, no divergence. Just pure advection. And we have water velocity from our grid. Let me just remove these as well. Water velocity curl, no, fuck you. Let's just tell them to all fuck off. Okay, why is there like no advection happening? Water velocity, grid 2D, water velocity. Water velocity. No advection gives no starting velocity to advect. Well, I'm adding in with my mouse, the this is the velocity that I'm adding in, that I'm putting in there, which I can see it moving very slowly. Like here, let's just say I said everything advects. You know, here's an idea. Let's just say everything advects 200 units each frame. Oh, sorry, each per second. In the X direction. Now that is interesting. That is very, very interesting. What the fuck? Oh, that was converting to a float. Yeah, fuck off. Okay, piss off. That wouldn't be the issue though, right? Fucking Niagara nodes. Doing their dumb shit Niagara stuff. Okay, so these all look like they are, you know, moving at 200 units per second. If this was 4,000 units long, then it should take... Where am I? How can I zoom out a bit? Well, from the center, if I draw a dot, oh, maybe this way. All right, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. About 10 seconds to go from the center to the outside, right? Meaning that if that was 10 seconds, then that was 2,000 units that it moved, and it's 4,000 units across. So yeah, like it's advecting properly. So why is it that when I use velocity, you know, we get the average of the surrounding velocity and whatever, and put that into there, I'm guessing there's just a bung node somewhere. I don't know. Doesn't make sense. Like, what? Like, that is not... How can the value be so high, but it's not fucking... I don't know, something's wrong. Something's getting, like, fucked up somehow. Index of velocity to average... Yeah. I'm, like, 99% sure. I've checked this 100 times. That's y plus 1, y minus 1. That's x, and that's x. And then these ones are x minus 1 and y. And this is x plus 1 and y. Not doubling up delta time? No. No, like if I just get this and put it in just a hard-coded value of 200, right? Then everything moves at 200, you know? If I just... Let me just get the original velocity. Like the velocity of No, but then it's not going to move anywhere. It's just going to advect within itself. Yeah. Normal velocity inputs are already normalized to delta time. I think you're onto something. Yeah, because I was doing that by delta time. But don't I need to... I need to delta time the drawing of the inputs. Because it's a cumulative, you know? Yeah, that still wasn't the issue. Unless I didn't plug that back in. Let me put our old inputs back in, which is water input here. You can just go straight in, no delta. Because like the inputs are yeah, I don't know, maybe you're right. So I just go bam like once. Yeah, no, maybe I was just thinking. Cause like in the yeah, no, that might be it actually. I think I was just thinking because the like trample stuff, we're not drawing the velocity, we're using the velocity to paint some direction or whatever. Because yeah, this looks like it's, you know, let me just get the what's it gonna do? Right, the material. It's water velocity. Let's draw that into there. Yeah, that looks like the correct velocity. Yeah, I guess that was it then. So now it's all moving. It's advecting at the right speed now. Or about. Why does it look ugly as fuck? Oh, because it's very thingoed. Let's go like 400 maximum speed. Place available somewhere. Just look up old school RuneScape soundtrack. You can download the MIDI files from the wiki, I think, as well. There's like 700 tracks there. Okay, that looks better. Yeah, okay, now with the advection doing its thing. Velocity advection, foam advection multiplier, just fucking 0.5, whatever. So then we do divergence, pressure solver, projection. And this should all just work relatively normal, maybe. Maybe not. That looks like normal kind of speed and shit, yeah. Yeah, so now... now I just need to unfuck it. So this is all good. Divergence, divergence. Then the pressure solver is cell size squared. Yeah, it's divergence times an over relaxation factor, so we don't have to do as many iterations. And then that times that, then divided by delta time, which I never really understood why it's dividing by delta time for the pressure calculation. Because then we just multiply it by delta time in the next stage. It must be something... It must be something smart. Something smarter than I can handle. Because, yeah, then we multiply it by delta time over here when we apply it to the water velocity. Gets divided later. Gets multiplied later, yeah. But it must have something to do with getting the correct velocity. I mean, I can check it. I can remove it and whatnot if I... Well, once we get it looking nice. So then what I'm doing is, in the render targets, I'm getting the pressure, the water pressure, and putting that into the B channel of the stuff. Although, the pressure will need to be delta timed here. And this is what I use to drive the height map of the water velocity, you know? But there's just... It's such a big fucking value in the middle, and I don't know why. Like, why is it that fucking big? Also, why is the, why does this look so fucking dumb? What? Ah, cause, well, yeah. Pressure is directly related to time in that the force exerted by a pressure-inducing agent like a gas in a container is dependent on the time it takes the molecules to collide with the surface. Interesting. I see. It all makes sense now. Like, yeah, that looks like stable fluids. Let me just get the... Where the hell am I getting water velocity? Here. Maybe we can gas. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the other thing is that, yeah, this is technically a gas simulation. Why the fuck isn't it working? Yeah. What's your following for these papers or demos? I'd be interested in looking. Yeah, there's a few. There's a few. Let me get my things up. Here's a good one. It's called Gentle Introduction to Fluid Simulation for Programmers and Technical Artists. Let me see his in action. So yeah, it's just a... Same as mine, right? Like a... basic shallow water. Oh yeah, sorry, I can link in here. There's link. So yeah, that's what mine should be looking like. Maybe I just need to do more... you know, let me just run through this again. You should be able to send links in Twitch chat. Let me also try something else real quick. That might help. If I go PScape Manager, Water, Resolution. Let's go 2K for a second. So it's like 2 centimeters per... 2 units per... I don't know what the fuck it would be. 2 somethings per something. Very expensive. I just don't know why the pressure is so fucking high. Is it because my, Right, no, let's just go to 1K. 1K is probably fine for now. Is it because my... I don't know. Let's go to deform capsules. Let's just make them not hard. Not hard, not hard. Who that in the back? Was my camera out of focus? So let me move my camera over. Yo, Monty! Oh. How's it going? Welcome. Welcome, Raiders. You've joined at the perfect time. I'm having so much fun. I'm having so much fun. I'm having so much fun. Oh my god. I can't believe how much fun I'm having. Yeah, I just don't know why the pressure, like the divergence value is so high in the middle. I mean, like, okay, no, I get why it is. Because it's saying that there's a difference, right? From a cell that has nothing in it, like cells that have no velocity and shit, versus the cell that I'm moving my character in at 400 units or something. It means that the convergence here is 400 units of pressure. Which is why we get those giga spikes in the middle. Yeah, at least I'm trying. Actually, you know what? You guys might enjoy this. Let me show you what we worked on yesterday. If you're squeamish, I would recommend looking away. Let me just... I can just grab this and move it up, right? Yeah, if you're not a fan of blood and violence, just like... don't watch. Because you've come to the wrong place. Where's my character start? Here it is. So what we worked on yesterday was a... oh, the fucking... oh, the wind! Okay, no. Hold on. One sec. Water sim. No water simulation. Just turn all that off. Okay. Now it should maybe work. Okay. So this is what we were working on yesterday, which is a paint simulation. What is that? Oh, that's the water. Okay, ignore all that shit going on. So it's a paint simulation for dripping paint, you know, Splatoon kind of games and whatnot. And if I chuck the resolution up, it gets even more detailed, which is kind of a bit weird. Surface resolution, let's go 1K. Or do I have a paint? No, it's just using the surface for now. I also don't know how resolute the runtime virtual texture is for the normals. It doesn't look like it's caring about the normals very much at all. Maybe if I grab this guy. That looks pretty detailed. Yeah. I think it's just because they don't get rendered unless this is in view, like the tiles. It's a bit dumb. Yeah, but that's something that I worked on for some reason. Okay, now it's actually, yeah. You can see it like flows down the cracks of the normal maps. So if you're making a game about painting, then, you know, this could be a very useful tool, I guess. It's kind of fucked up. But yeah, currently I'm just doing a little overhaul on my water system. A murder sim incoming. Yeah, it's a little bit, you know. Normal maps thing works the same as in that medieval physics funny game Unreal. Oh, you mean, Half Sword? I know they used to do some cool blood stuff, but they removed it in one of the patches. But yeah, I'd be keen to see what they're doing in terms of blood technology. Because I know that at least one of the devs of that watches my videos. So they might even be using my old blood method with the scene capture. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty gruesome. Just imagine you, like, slay a giant dragon, and it's just like... you know. The blood was crashing the game, latest build, I think. Yeah, I think that is to do with the actual particles, though. Like, while it's in the air. Maybe not while it's on the ground. Or, I don't know, maybe they're using decals or something. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll just send this to them and be like, hey, like, if you want to use this, just, like, go for it. Just give me a shout out. Pay me an exposure. Video on the servers. Okay. Yeah, I wonder what method they are using. Let me turn the diffusion up real quick. Paint. Inflow, outflow, paint surface flow, diffusion rate 0.3. Now we're talking. Now it should, like, pool outwards more. Or it should care less about the normals. Flow rate 400. Yeah. Oh, okay, it's feeding back. That's very cursed. It's not ideal. Okay, there's a plugin, and if so, when? In the next update. In the next update. Can mix or not mix them by blue, emissive, blood red. Yeah, so it's four color channels. You know what? I might even just show now real quick. Add paint input to paint sim. This was paint input. This was just getting the X channel. Paint input, which was... Where was paint input coming? I think I was just getting the velocity. Yeah, that was it. Alright, let me just go add paint input. Let's just get the... break 4. And just add them all together. Oh, nice, nice. Let me have a geese. Ah, right. Yeah, true. I did reply. That's funny. Yeah, okay. So I think he was saying that it was vertex color here. Vertex color and height lerp. So it's runtime vertex color. Although the little bits are... Oh, it might be a hybrid, actually. It might be decals for the spots. Yeah, and then it's vertex color for filling the cracks. Doing a height lerp. Yeah. At least in that video. Can you do a hue shift? Yeah, you can. Cool. You know, I'll just even do that. Hue shift, linear color. Then the hue is going to be time. That's not time. That's run time virtual. I want game time. You bish. Time. Sign. No, just time frac. Into the hue. And then this into there. Okay, so now... in the paint stuff... Hold on. Where is the... There it is. It's so hard to find. The docket. Go paint data, do the inflow, outflow, surface flow, paint, water simulation. Let's make it fuck off. Stain, fade, contrast. So this just gets all the paint pixel and then stains it. So then draw paint is just pixel value into there, but that is paint pixel plus paint stain. Ah, this would be it. All right, all right. Let me see if this works now. Paint. Okay, it is working. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, so there's 4 different channels. RGB and A. And they can all flow and stain at different rates. So let me just go back to this material. We're going to make this a little bit less gruesome. This is gruesome. The spaghetti. So this was just taking in nothing and then this for the color. What I want to do is get the fucking this guy. Just get RGB into there. Right, it's gonna go white, isn't it? Okay, now it just looks fucked up. Now it just looks like... just looks like something. Just looks like something else. Oh, actually, what if I normalize it? Oh, can you normalize it? Oh, no, that's RGB. Yeah. Reading a high map for the texture? It's reading the normal map. Yeah. Oh, hold on. I need to fix my mouse. Yeah, so if that just dies, that can die too. What was that even getting again? Getting the X channel from the normals or some shit? I don't know. This will all get overhauled anyway. But you can see, the, you know, the fading out, how much of the flow gets stained, how much can, what's the maximum amount that can be stained, and then how slowly the drips fade out. So it's kind of broken into two things. There's the flowing pixels, which are down here at the end, and then there's the stain at the end, or, you know, the stain that's left over, which is up here. So you can see that the red is fading out, while the other colors aren't fading out as fast. I think? I can't remember. Ooh, fade amount 0. Stain fade amount 0. Paint stain going into here, maxed over the clamp. Paint stain. Oh, that needs to be maxed at 0 as well. Oh, no, because that's got to paint... Oh, no. Wait, minned and then maxed over paint stain. No, what the fuck? Stain fade amount. Fade the stain out. I don't know. I can't remember what I was fucking doing. Something, something, something. But yeah, basically, basically it's cool, right? Right? Tell me I'm cool. The cats aren't inside at the moment, sorry. I apologize. Why is that not flowing? Is it going negative or something? Getting fracked and then... Is that somehow like hue shifting the... Hue shifting the alpha? I don't know. What the fuck? Let me just do this. Saturate. And then make linear color. Yeah, I don't know why it's kind of fading in and out. Doesn't make any sense. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. I'm dumb. It's because the material... The debug material is just using the R channel to drive the stuff. So now it's just using anything. Wait, that's the paint stuff. RGB. I might also just do that. Anyway, I don't want to spend too much time on this. Why is it not... I'm so confused, though. Like, what's it... Maybe it's, maybe there's negative values in there somewhere. What is this? Eh? What the fuck? I don't know. Paint pixel, add. Delta time. Let's just get rid of the delta time. Just add shit tons. Oh, yeah, maybe that's... Yeah. No, but now it's just never gonna stop flowing. Well, whatever. Look at that. Rainbow. I don't even remember asked about why Foliage looks like it's having a seizure when moving through time. Yes. So basically you need to, instead of using time in your shader, you need to have like a speed value. So it would look like, let's see, I'll just do something in here. Just an actor, whatever. So you do something, some weather manager, I guess, and you would have your foliage time. And then on tick, you'd get delta world seconds, or you could just grab it from here. and then some multiplier, which is your wind speed. Well, let's call this wind time and wind speed. So your new wind time is going to be wind speed times delta, and then add wind time. So it's you know, adding, it's incrementing this over time. Then the material actually said it. Right. I get you. Yeah, no, yeah. So you need to kind of keep track of your own time external to the material graph, because the material graph can't set values. Material graphs can't hold on to values or set values, because that's the realm of compute shaders, which is what all this bullshit that I'm doing is, where like a pixel can have a state and it can increment its state, you know, has its previous state, it can add to itself or get its surrounding pixels and operate on, or operate using them and whatnot. But yeah, so when you're doing this, the wind speed, as it, you know, let's say it's at 1, so it's adding 1 delta every frame, and then as the wind speeds up, it's adding more and more per frame. So this value is always going up, just like time is, but it's going up at different speeds. Or it can go slower. Or it can even go backwards if you want. And that will just keep going, you know, on and on and on and on and on into, you know, infinity. So hopefully people don't leave your game on for like a few months at a time. Although you could just do a, you know, if exceeds 5 million set to 0. And then if you wanted to do it for a panning texture, so for a panning texture, you would do a, you do this exact thing, but it would be a 2D vector. So it would be, let's go vector, what is it? Let's call it texture. Call it pan location. Vector 2D. And then duplicate this. Texture. Pan speed. And then exact same thing. You just get this multiplied by delta time. Oh my god, my mouse. Why are you doing this? And then texture pan location plus this guy equals new texture pan location. And so when you're doing a, when you're doing sampling your texture, so both of these will be getting drawn to a material set, material param, set vector parameter value, collection, whatever the fuck it is, whatever the fucking thing is, yeet that into there. It only takes in 4 vectors, but whatever. And then when you have, whenever you sample world position, so sampling some texture, world position divided by, I don't know, 5,000 or some shit, you will get the parameter collection parameter. You know, get the whatever the fucking thing is, the vector mask RG, and you just add that to world position. then divide by whatever, and then that is your panning texture that can slow down, speed up, and change direction. So yeah, if you had your panning, I'm guessing this is for panning wind, and you've got like a panning wind thingo. Think of it like you've got like a sheet of paper, which is your texture, and you've got it on the table, and you know there's stuff underneath it that is the foliage, and you've got a texture painted on the piece of paper, and you're just moving that piece of paper around, and all of the things underneath the paper, you know, sometimes they're getting, you know, black values, sometimes they're getting white values, and all the ones in between. But then you're like, oh, actually, I want the wind to go this way, so you start moving the piece of paper up this way, and it just, you know, keeps going and whatever. Then it's like, oh, I want the wind to blow the other way, so I'm going to slow it down and start panning it back that way. So I hope that helped. It's something, if you've ever played Factorio, I've noticed when I've been watching some Factorio videos with like sped up footage, you can see the clouds doing that, where like it's clearly just a static clouds texture that's just like moving, but then it like kind of pans around all over the place. So what I was saying with the paint system, right? What we can do is in the surface paint flow, we would do a flow multiplier, which would just that's flow rate. It should be a flow rate RGBA or something. Or let's call it flow multiplier, maybe. Yeah, so essentially you'll be able to make, you know, red flow faster than green, flow faster than blue. Because, yeah, like, you might be using this for completely different, different things, right? Like, why are they going so... Eh? Inflow, outflow, flow rate RGBA, multiply, then do that. That should work fine. But yeah, you might want them, you know, you might want it to be a, you know, multicolored paint and whatnot. But you might also just want to be using it as... I wonder if I can... Oops, wrong button. Yeah, you might want to be using it for, like, separate things. Like, one of them for water, one of them for, you know, red blood, one of them for oil, one of them for something else. And you could also use, like, negative values to drive stuff as well if you wanted. Is it by default? No, it shouldn't be emissive. Kind of just looks like it though, doesn't it? It's very bright. Yeah, you can see all of the red fading out. Like there's no red in here, even though there was red elsewhere. I probably need to make it so when there is more... The more fluid there is, the higher the diffusion rate goes. So that, like, when it does pool up a ton, it will then... You know what? Let me do that right now. I'm getting distracted. Paint surface flow. If I just get the... but it has to... It has to know about it in its surrounding dudes as well. So when we... Diffusion here... Feeling terrible with this Niagara module? Yeah, it's a bit fucked up. It's a long boy. It's a very long boy. So this is saying flow individual... Well, yeah, up, down, left, right pixels. By their flow amounts from our normals. But if I wanted it to be like... Here's this guy... Get his length, depending on the length, because if I did it for inflow and outflow, because that would mean the diffusion rate would then be different between neighboring cells. Yeah. I don't know. I can figure that out another time. Anyway, back to the water stuff. We're going back to Waterland. It does look pretty cool, though. No, that's all good, Zypher. That's what it's all about. We're all about getting sidetracked. That's just how it goes. True. True. It's not a bad idea. Looks kind of gross when it's drying up. All right, back to water, back to water. We are returning to Waterland. Where's the... No, fuck you. Pressure washer, true? To delete it all? It's actually not a bad idea, is it? Is it sport splats? No. So, well, kind of. You could kind of do splats with particles that then write to the paint thing. But the paint itself doesn't have velocity. It's just a simple... It's more like a trickle simulation or a dripping simulation. So, like, if the paint drips down here really fast, it isn't going to carry its velocity to then, like, splat itself out this way. It will just drip and then pool. I mean, that's a good question, though. Alright, where the hell am I... Not dongles, what are they called? Widget? Gizmos. Where are my gizmos? Wait, didn't I turn this off? No, wait, I didn't, did I? Right, paint turned off, turned off, turned off. Water turned on, and on. Fuck my life. Alright, hold on. Alright, water. What's with the color being... I guess it's not even colored, is it? Tsunami Center Water Sim. That's right. That's right. Velocity is being immediately damped, so it's spiking. Should you frame one damp it? Maybe? Potentially. Why is this not... Where's all the fucking color? Like... Bruh. Bruh. That all looks like nice color. Oh, is it because I was... Okay, no, it's because I was dividing it by a value. Water pressure gradient. That's going to... Water velocity. Right. Archon, hello. Someone across your Twitch and see many videos on YouTube. I think it's crazy good what you do with the shaders. I'm also to me. Oh, this is black magic. Fair enough. I'm glad you enjoy it. This does look more like water now that it isn't just like spazzing everywhere. You know? I guess water doesn't really, water doesn't really deform that much, you know? When you think about it. I just changed the WPO multiplier. Like, yeah, you can see that there's still, like, peaks here. But they're not, like, totally fucked up. So, yeah, that's not too bad now. The other thing is that water does have viscosity, which means I probably should be diffusing. So I've got this diffuse water. And then the other thing is that yeah, so this is diffusion. Well, let's put the diffusion up to like 10 or something. Actually, I can do this in real time as well. Let me also just make the colors a bit stronger. Yo, Fane, how's it going? Gwendolyn, how's it going? How are you all? You won't believe what I'm working on. That's right. More compute shader bullshit. Hell yeah. Loves it. I love fluid sims. They call me the Fluid Man. Maybe they don't call me that, actually. I don't think anyone calls me that. Just forget I said that. All good, Fane. I hope you had a ripper. I will. Thank you. Thank you. So I think doing the normals is good. I also just want to put... Well, I can bring this way a tiny bit. Oh, ignore that. When I do... Should be getting the length of my downward velocity and converting that into... Yeah, it does do it to some degree. Okay, well this is looking better. It looks more like water. I think I want to do a vorticity confinement stage. You know, I think we do vorticity confinement. Which, you know what that means? It means we need like another fucking 2 stages. Oh, unless I do it from... I could do it in setup. Well, actually, no. I could do the... if I didn't diffuse the velocity, I could just do it here. And then in the start of the next cycle, do the... Yeah, and then advect it. Let me check how I do that in PWSDF. Core simulation. Let's see. Yep. We do terrain stuff. Blah 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 blah. Data values. Yeah. So calculate curl, get curl gradient, and then vorticity confinement, which is just applying it. Then advect. So it is getting done at the start. So let's do water post sim. Do this. New but the I should do it up here then. I'm just going to have to add one more stage. Because we... Well... I could do it down here, but then I'd have to move... I'd have to offset the curl value for the next frame, because obviously the simulation's moving around. So... It's not a big deal. I don't know. All right, fine. I'll just do it. Fuck it. Generic simulation stage. Execute, not on simulation reset. Iteration source is data interface water grid. We're gonna do you up. Where the fuck did it go? Wait, what did I just... Oh, shit off. Right, this is called... I don't know. I'll be right back while the ads are finishing up. I need a wee. I'm back. Okay. Let's just call this water vorticity. There we go. All right. So in here, in WaterSim setup, that's where we will... Oh, but that has to use the previous velocity, doesn't it? Which will then get it from... Oh, no. If I do it in here, we can then apply it... No, we... It's just like every time I have... Oh, it needs to get cached anyway, though. Like, doesn't fucking matter. It just means I have to do one... I have to offset one extra value. Fuck temporal height, fuck temporal velocity, fuck what it is placement, keep the foam. Let's just clean all this up, because we're kind of doing a bit of a rejig. Water height to get set to the current water height. Yeah. This is for the ripples. I might even rename these to water ripple height. Or surface ripple height. But yeah, curl, at least curl is a... Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it here. This is called water curl for next frame. And then this is just a, well, it's a quaddy. Let's see. Where do we do... No, that's a scalar. Pressure, divergence calculator. Here we go. This. I'll get all this as well, actually. Because curl. So essentially what I'm doing... Actually, curl is very similar to this here, so I will literally just steal it. Water curl for next frame. Yeah. So for larger simulations or coarser simulations, there is something you can do called vorticity confinement. Because in like a, you know, millions and millions of cell simulation, you get the kind of like emergent swirling from the pressure correction. We might actually see this in here. Well, you can see like as I move through the water, there's this kind of like curling and swirling that happens. Which because there's a pressure correction stage, and you know it just tends to kind of spiral outwards as things move through it. Did I don't draw a thing to it. But yeah, as you start getting like less resolution and less resolution and less resolution, you just lose that entirely, and it just tends to like blob outwards. So what you can do is get the velocities up, down, left, and right. And then for the left and right ones, you get the Y value. Oh, fuck off. You get the Y value. And for the up and down ones, you get the X value. And then I think you subtract them from one another. So it's essentially like, let's say you've got a 3x3. Or, you know, you've got like the cell in the middle is the one that we're operating on. If the velocity here is going up, that's going to twist this one around like that. However, if the one over here is going up as well, then it cancels out that twist. But if this one's going down, then it doubles up the twist, you know? Double twist, double curl. And then the same goes for the ones up and below it. So you get this twist value, and then you essentially like... you kind of add in more of that twist in the next frame. So you'll see when I do it how fucking lit it looks. This is it for a 3-dimensional. But I think it is, so for the up and down, it's top minus bottom, and then each of them subtracted from one another. So then it's that. Well, that's in 3 dimensions, because that's 3-dimensional. Ours is just 1-dimensional rotation, because it's a 2-dimensional thinger. So then it's just cell size times 2, divided by cell times size 2. That's it. So that is just cell size times 2. This divided by that. I don't... no, yeah. And then let's call this water curl. Stack context. Cool. And that's getting the velocity. Which again, if we're not diffusing, it should be okay. Pardon me. So then here, we need to do an offset. If I didn't have to do the frickin' offset, then I could just do it in this stage. Or I could do something sneaky, but there's no real benefit. I'll just do it anyway, whatever. Let's just go water curl. And technically you don't need... Yeah, I will mask it. Water, curl. I can't see. Can you, like, fuck off, please? Thank you. No, out of the way. Water curl. That gets moved around. Vorticity is another scratch pad. This is called water curl gradient. Which is here. So it's just curl. Curl up, or left minus right. Curl up minus bottom. Although that gets turned into a 3 vector. What would mine get turned in? Oh, it'd just be turned into a 2 vector. Right. X, Y. And then it gets cross-producted. Or I think it gets dotted if it's a, That's curl, crossed, curl gradient. Right, easy. I just need a scalar forfer. So this guy, that needs to be... Oh my god, my mouse won't stop unclicking. It's got water curl. Oh, water curl. Water curl. Water curl. Water curl. Left minus right. Oh, sorry, right minus left. Bottom minus top. We then make a 2D. This is our X. This is our Y. Then we get... I could even do this all in the one thing, couldn't I? Right before the advection stage. Yeah. So that gets crossed. Oh my god, you can't do a fucking... Or is it a dot? No. Water curl. And this is water curl gradient. You know what? I need to look at some reference. 2D gas emitter. What is your curl calculation? Toxicity confinement. So that is... huh? Float 3. Utility multiplier times cell size. So it's cross of... Oh, right, it's making a float 3 curl divided by curl length. 001. Surely there's a less dumb way to do that. think they do their curl. Yeah, they do curl here. Compute curl is just velocity y right, velocity y minus velocity y left, and then x up, x down, divided by 2dx. So that is the curl. So that's a float output. And then the curl gradient, well, actually, what does it do? No, that's boundary grid. What am I doing? Compute gradient here. So you're literally just right minus left is gives us a float 2. Right, and then you just Vorticity multiply. How is that a float 3? Float 3, curl divided by curl length. So normalized curl. No, but the gradient isn't a fucking... Curl length equals length of gradient curl. That is... that... I just don't understand what the fuck they're doing. Alright, reference time, reference time. Did this do vorticity? I don't know what color fluid vorticity within brush stroke. Oh, it's in research gate. Okay, you know what? We just wing it. We have this 2D vector, and I want to get the... So that's water curl. This is water curl gradient. Let's just get the water curl value right here, the true one. Hashtag truth. Oh my god. There we go. So the curl gradient is just, it's a single... No, it's X and Y, isn't it? But the curl itself is one-dimensional. Or like, single rotation. So I just don't know how... Because that's getting wind curl crossed with the wind curl gradient multiplied by some bullshit. Then that just gets added to the velocity. Let me just grab 2D. Water velocity. Actually, you know what? Let me grab it over here. 2D. Water velocity. If I just like... it's gonna be dumb as fuck, but let's go float, sim, size, world space, delta. We need to get the grid here, get the cell count. Cells, size divided by cell count. Gives a cell size times 2. Times delta. Is it dx'd? No, it's dx, but no. No, I do it by delta time. Yeah. Although that one doesn't do it. Why is that? Oh, it's a physics force. Right. And then the physics force gets... Right, that's dumb as fuck. This whole... All of the Niagara fluids example things, they're just fucking so hacked together. Like, there is nothing... It's like if someone was, like, intentionally trying to make something so obtuse and unreadable so that you didn't steal their secrets, you know? Like, that's what this shit is. It's just so obfuscated and, like... It's just dumb. I mean, to be fair, it was written very early in Niagara Grid development. But, yeah. Let me do that there, this there. Oh yeah, that looks nicer. Oh my god, this mouse is actually driving me fucking insane. Stop it. Alright, new water velocity is this. That also needs a multiplier. Alright, let's see how this looks. Might be giga cursed, but it could be funny. It's not doing anything. Well, you know why? Because that isn't just setting a 0 as the thing. I also need to bring in... Wait, no, apply the scratch. Sim size is sim size. Grid is water grid. Okay, now we'll see it explode. Oh wow, yeah, it's just like, it's just fucking itself, basically. Oh, gradient normalized, right. Is it just gradient normalized crossed with... Well, that's for the 3D. You know what? I can get this to work. I don't need that bullshit. Safe normalize. Oh, you fucker. Fuck you. Direction length safe. Okay, can I just do like length? 2D length. How do I do a safe normalize again? It's length, clamped, or minned. Oh, sorry, maxed. 0.001. And then this divided by its length gives us the normalized value. You can fuck off. Right, and then the curl here, I'm pretty sure this is just getting used as like a multiplier. Or should be getting used as a multiplier. Okay, all our stuff is not exploding, which is weird. If I just turn that off, then it's just normal. Yeah, yep. And curl gradient. Father provides. Love your videos. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh my god, I'm gonna take this mouse apart real quick. Do I have any tape anywhere? I need to put some fucking tape under the little clicker. Oh, there we go. Not quite. Oh, there it is. Alright. Let's see. Right. I'm pretty sure I need to swizzle this. Never gonna replace that mouse? No way. Aside from that, it's the best mouse I've ever had. How do you swizzle? I'm pretty sure it's this. Negative y into x, x into y. Something really fucking dumb like that. Does anyone know swizzling? Okay, so it's not the module that's broken. It's just that it's going to be fucked up somewhere in here. G502. Yeah, I've got MX Master 3. From Logitech. The logs. Let me just see if I don't. Let's visualize. Enhance. Let's just get the. Fuck my life. I'm so fucking dumb. Right, you know how I did that thing at the very end and then I like fucking didn't fucking. Alright, so it probably was working. I was just dumb as fuck. As usual. You guys know how it goes. It doesn't look very curly. Does it? Can't tell. So that's getting the swizzled normalized curl gradient multiplied by the water curl. Ah. Fucking idiot. Oh, this is gonna explode. Yep. That's normal. That's normal. There it is. There's our vorticity confinement. Shit. Look at all those little vortices. Alright, let me just unfuck it. I don't think they're vorticing the right way. They're all going clockwise. Do I need to get the absolute of the curl? New way to make grass. So true. Do I need to swizzle? I think the swizzling is definitely necessary. Or maybe it's just that that doesn't need to be absolute. Although I'm pretty sure it was the length of the curl. Curl length, which would imply absolute. Right? I mean, that's definitely an inverted vorticity being confined. Yeah, let me try this. Also, let me just start in the water. It's probably a lot easier. Start above it and fall in. Pew. Okay, so that's not ideal. So the swizzling and the blah 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 blah. That's delta time. Water curl absolute. What about negative absolute? Interesting. So, oh god, the bitrate. I mean, that's something. I mean, that is what it's supposed to be doing, but just not that fucked up. I think it's to do with the swizzle. I think it's supposed to be X minus into Y, Y into X. That's essentially what... Like, when you do a cross product with an upward vector, that's essentially all it's doing if it's a 2D, so... Okay, I think that's it. Although there is build-up, though. But is that just because it's not being diffused? Yeah. I mean, we're definitely confining vortices, right? They do be confined. Yeah, I feel like if it's absolute, it only curls in one direction. Yeah. They only curl counterclockwise. So it is supposed to be the absolute. And then if it's this, then it's trying to vortex dissipate. It's trying to get rid of vortices entirely. So yeah, it is supposed to be the length of the curl. So yeah, this is the right swizzle. It might be that this length, safe length, is not... Okay. What was that? That was the curl. There was something else in here that was a... Yeah, so that's using the velocity. So if the velocity is below a certain threshold, then don't do vorticity confinement, which can kind of get rid of some of the fuckery. Some of that weird build-up. Like, yeah, this kind of shit. So we can just get water velocity length. Length. Is there a step function? Is there a smooth step? No. How do I want to do this then? Let's just say length between 0 and 100. Between 0 and 100. At 0, we want it to be 0. And then up to 100. So let's saturate. Do I want it to go up and then? Or do I want it to go... I mean, I could just do this. Up to 100. We multiply it by... At 0. So there should be no vorticity confinement. Yeah, at like the lower velocities. Which should, yeah, get rid of that noodling. Which means we might be able to bump this shit up to like fucking 5. Now we're noodling. Although now our, yeah. Now the vortices are... The vortices themselves are greater than 100. So now it's feeding back, which isn't ideal. One other thing is, the velocities are never dissipating. I just realized. So I wonder if I can still diffuse the water. I can, but it means that the curl is incorrect. Oh, it's not even that bad. Because the curls are very... Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't actually want to diffuse the water at all, I don't think. Okay, maybe like a fucking tiny, tiny bit. Yeah. Can tell there's different needs audio stuff you could ever... Hell yeah! Yeah, yep. I will pass it on. Alright, this looks pretty good. I might also just do something with the pressure, right? I might kind of do a thing to it. I do want the pressure to just be like a true value, like the true height value. So like, you know, it's going to look dumb as fuck, obviously. But I'd rather remap it in Niagara itself rather than the other thing. Alright, those vortices are a little bit fucking extreme. That's velocity advection, divergence, Perzo projection, curl gradient. Water RT. So let's do... Water foam is going into the B channel of water velocity. B channel, water velocity. Who are you? Water RT. B channel, water velocity. One thing I want to do real quick is... Go back to prismatic scale. I want to turn the... what was it called again? Water. I had it up at 1K, which I think is a bit too much for water. Let's put it back down to 512. Yeah, okay, the Vorticity confinement still. The Vorticity confinement kind of adds in extra fake detail. Fog dispersion? I mean, yeah, you could. This is for water at the moment, like water velocity, so that we can like move water around. This is like foam at the moment. I don't know whether I want to move the wind calculation to this same type of thing. That's really loud. Well, excuse all that. Where's that feedback coming from? Hello? See that? Sorry. It keeps, it always gets copyright struck, that song, from some, like, trash fucking... Oh, it makes me want to vomit. It's like some trash remix. And all my VODs keep getting copyright struck from it. So I might just keep it quiet for now. Even though every single time I, like, type an angry message and, like, swear a ton. And, yeah, that's yeah. That's all. Tell them to fuck off. You fucking dogs! Don't have to have a good snow step displacement set up on Marketplace by chance. Could try Prismatiscape. It can do that kind of stuff. Although it doesn't do displacement. So displacement, I mean, you know, you kind of have to figure it out independently. You could use nanite displacement. You could do a pre-tessellated or pre-subdivided mesh, like I'm doing, where it's like subdivided tiles. And you just LOD them and whatnot. Where's all this shit coming from? Is there something getting fucked up, or... That is correct. Is it just that this... Yeah, where's this coming from, I wonder? And it's just building up and building up and building up. Is that maybe only... it's supposed to have a multiplier, though. That's the point. here. Yeah, what is that? Why is that? It's like if it's in a line. I don't know. I mean, that's pretty vorticital. Vorticicated. Yeah, so what I wanted to do was... I want to use the absolute height values in here. Or, sorry, height offset values. But I want to remap them so that this huge fucking pressure thing up here just doesn't fuck itself so bad. Which means ready water RTs. We're going to get the water velocity pressure by delta time. Then I want to do some remap. So not a clamp, but I want to do it so like above some number, it gets like sharply zhuzhed. You know what I mean? With fall off though. So like we want... Let me save this. Sweet terrain NFT. We want to be like... just normal. Like this. Then between a point. So... I think I know it. You rat dog cunt, you dog. So past a point, we want it to then curve and do this. Oh, but I don't want it to do that, though. I want it to do this. How the fuck do I do that? I guess I could then divide it by an increasing number from that point. Yeah, because if this is like divided by 1, so I think first step is to map it down, minus 100. So it's like this. Or, no, hold on, I want to fucking die, that's what. No, I want to, up until this point, I want to divide it by 1. Then I want to start dividing it by some number bigger than 1. So if let's say this is 100. Oh, let's say this is 10 centimeters. Let's say this is 50. So minus 50. So now we've got 0 up to here. And so this is just some height number. 0 here. So we'd want to get that and add 1. So then it's divided by... Oh no, I'd want to... So from here on, it's just 1 per thing. So I'd want to... like double divide it? No, what the fuck? How? What does anyone know math? Any maths in the chat? How the fuck do I get this kind of thing? Is it like a logarithmic? It is. Gradual increase in the y value as x increases, slowing down as x gets larger. Resembles a portion of down, never reaches maximum. Are there any log? There's log and there's log 2. The fuck does that even mean, bruh? You know what? We ball. Let's just fucking plug some shit in. Okay, that's not happy. Right, okay. What about this one? Huh? Log 2. Oh, you're also not happy. Okay, what a fucking surprise. You dog fuck. God, we're not here to fuck spiders. Okay, let's just do it my way, right? We do it my way. So first we subtract our starting point where we want to unfuck it. Oh, I want to do a soft clamp. Is there a clamp? Like, I can easily do something like this, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, up to here, it's normal, and then it, like, tapers like that. That's easy. I just don't know how to make it not look like fucking garbage. You know what? Fuck it. We clamp. We clamp. Right, and it also has to be positive and yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just minus 15, positive 15, whatever. I don't care. I doin't care'n't. So now it can't go like super skits. Okay, maybe it can go a little bit more skits. 30 and 30. I mean, honestly, I probably could just do like a hard fall off thing, but I don't know. Yeah, no, you can see like you can see it's not even that bad, honestly. You know what? Fuck it. Good enough. Good enough, don't care. Fuck you. Yeah, ChatGPT probably isn't a bad call. Let's see. Water projection is probably where I want to do... Yeah, dissipation. What's this? This is float. Velocity dissipation. Malt. We love malting, don't we? So that's delta time multiplied by dissipation multiplier, 1 minus da-da-da, and then multiply our velocity by that. So if that was 10, then it will very quickly dissipate. Yeah, it's very fast. It's a little bit too fast. It's not even that bad. .01. Because again, we got to remember that this isn't supposed to be water ripples. Right? The ripples get done elsewhere. The fuck? Ah, is it the water surface stuff? Apply water surface and fade. Yeah. So that's water velocity. Where are our water ripples, huh? Eh? Right, the input stuff. We're getting no input into it. There's our... I'm not sure that's correct. Hello? Oh, I know what that is. Add water input, water blah, blah, blah. It would be this. Add water velocity to the... Yeah. Yes. Let me not add this in right now. Because, right, that's going through a noise generator, isn't it? Right, so they're water ripples. which is just our regular old water ripple stuff. Then we have the water velocity, which is a different... The fuck? Hey, yo, what the fuck? Why is it not advecting? What the fuck has happened here? Let's not do that shit. Is that still... Okay, so it's... Right, it's because I'm getting... well, whatever. Over the buoyancy ship sailing update. I mean, yeah, it's on the cards. Buoyancy is an important part of water stuff. There we go. You got to account for the WPO with the foam stuff. Learning C++ feels like relearning everything I learned in Blueprint Grammar. It will be worth it to know this. It just feels lame since I know how to do all this stuff. Just not the syntax in C++. Yeah, that's the one thing that it just... I don't know. Yeah, it kind of just makes you feel really dumb. Or like, I don't know. It's like you know exactly what you want to do, but you just like, you can't do it. You just don't have the means. You don't have the memes. Yeah, I've heard Rider. I mean, everyone I know uses Rider. The only reason I don't is because I don't do much C++ at all. Maybe I would enjoy it more if I used Rider. Ready for some trippy shit? The Rider himself. He is the Rider. People are lying or aren't lying. How are you doing, Sov? Lurking and working. Hell yeah. The dream. Alright, this is getting good. This... let me turn the paint back on. It's funny. It's fun. What are you making today? Just more of yesterday's stuff. So I overhauled the water velocity stuff a little bit. Might even put that down to like 1 even. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so just doing some water stuff. Just making it so that water behaves a bit more like water. So you can actually like push water around. And then the foam on top of the water gets moved around with the water's velocity. You know? So it like kind of moves around and squishes and goes in curls and whatnot. Like that. And then before that, I was doing some blood dripping, or it's technically a trickle shader. And that just goes down surfaces, and that reads from the normal maps and stuff. So it will just, you know, do its thing. And yeah, it's all cool. It's interesting, at least. I guess. Yeah, it's quite cool. Quite cool. Oops. So yeah, I think this is getting there. It might even be too... I think, again, the waves are just too big for what they're supposed to be. So let's go 1/10. And the ripples can stay how they are. Yeah, decent. Cool. Pew, 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 pew. Beautiful. I wonder how... I'd have to do the... Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. Let me just get this guy and draw him. Well, runtime virtual texture output. World position Z world height. Cool. And then are you drawing to the man? You're drawing to the water height. Yes, good. I was thinking, like, what if I got one of these Whirlpool RVT things? Because, like, what I want to do with the rivers is kind of make the rivers a bit more... Like, the rivers look cool, right? I can't even fucking see them because, like, my engine... What even happens? Why does it do that? Anyway, the rivers, they draw their flow direction and velocity to an RVT so that I can do, like, flow maps and do some, like, distance field edging. Lots of edging and whatnot. and some like distortion so that they like kind of look like they're flowing around these things. But what I was thinking is that maybe in the simulation zone around the player, we actually draw that velocity to the water simulation and actually let it simulate and crash around things and generate foam and move that foam around and all that kind of stuff. Not like, not really like Fluid Flux or Fluid Ninja, where they're doing a full water body simulation. Because obviously we still want it to work. We still want to see water when we look into the distance. But we just want to augment it with the thingo. The thingamajig. So that's my idea, at least. That's an idea. What was I doing again? Right, drawing that to the water surface stuff. Water velocity and wind to... So why was this... We're getting water velocity. And then... Alright, that's not... Oh, that's drawing the wind to the velocity, you dickbag. But then we're getting this to then... Right. I want to do these separately then. But I'll just do that into there. What happens to the dynamic foam when it leaves simulation foam? Simulation zone, that is. Dynamic foam when it leaves simulation zone. It'll just fade out. It'll just fade out into nothing. That looks funny. But yeah, I think what I want to do is... So currently, the border of the water just acts as a complete stop. Right? It just bounces off it, essentially. Same with like the water ripples. They just bounce off anything that, you know, is not a water surface. So what I want to do is... I want to allow water to kind of ride up the wall or up the shoreline and then fall back down. But I have no fucking idea how I want to do that. I mean, I know the water height here. And I know its velocity. And we can then keep that velocity. Yeah, it's a bit crazy. I basically want to get any velocity here at the edge. Oh, it's tough. I mean, I have the gradient here for where it actually starts intersecting. So from like 0 to 1 here, we could say velocity. Any velocity at that edge. I'd need to know the normals of it as well. Do I even care about the height, or is it just the normals? Technically just the normals, right? We then just want to make that carry across. We don't want the absolute height. Because, like, essentially what we'd want to do is with these water planes, we'd want to use some WPO to, like, make them match the landscape height or the interaction height and, like, just hide them, like, 1 centimeter underneath here. And then when the waves and shit happen, they kind of come up from under it, you know? Camera be like, it might be blurry. It might be blurry. Oh my god, what the fuck happened there? Let me just enable the wind again. Right, because our velocity is like a real velocity value now. The, that's funny. Add water velocity, water velocity, wind. Yeah. That gets added to this. I might even just need to fucking YOLO that up by like 100 or some shit. Just so everyone else's settings don't get all fucked up. Because yeah, we want to be able to blow the foam around using the wind. Yeah. $1,000? Now we're talking. Whoa, shit. Dope. I probably don't need that water wave thing then. Because that just makes it like bob really weird. Which is the noise input. Wind plus velocity noise input. Where's the wave? Water wind mean influence. Water wind influence wave strength. It also just dies out there. So that going into here. Yeah. just dips it down, which is also the wind density. Right, wind density, which is just the... Why do I even... Who the fuck am I? Does that, multiplies, adds that to then dip this down, but then it's waves plus noise. So let's not do the waves, because it's just unneeded math now that we're inputting it to the velocity. Let me actually do the... fuck, was it this one? Let me just unhook this one. Rear out. Some nice liquid. Thanks, Davey. It's some juicy liquid. Yeah, so now the wind is drawing to the water velocity. Which means, yeah, it can then push around the foam, or even make it right up onto the walls once we've got that figured out. I'm dancing. Subscribe to Prismatica. Subscribe to Prismatica. Good, how's it going? I don't know, what did you stumble onto here? I'm glad I got the water working a bit better. Like the new water shit. Let's put the vorticity up. Let's get some weird feedback loops. All these little vortexes. Little self-sustaining vortices. That are then gonna, like, explode out of control soon. Ooh, that looks cursed. That makes me feel icky. It's that phobia. Oh, the little exploders. Wait for it. Pew. Yeah, cool. Alright, I think I'll just leave it at 1. I think even I'll even remove that. Sorry, remove the pin. And it's just the water is vorticital. True waterbender. I mean, yeah, I think it's looking pretty good. Disco mode. Looks unreal. It's funny. Wow. Whoa. Cum simulator? No. Banned. Okay, now it's blue. That's it's better. Oh god, I just yeeted that ball. Ball simulator. Someone should make a game that's it's like water polo. It's water polo Rocket League with crazy rainbow fluid sim. There you go. Just credit me for that one. That's all. You know, just give me a shout out for that one. That'll be fine. What time is it? Oh fuck, it's nearly 5 o'clock. I'm just trying to think how to do this part. The water going up onto the things. Do I need like a water height? Well, yeah. Maybe a water height in world space? No, not in... Well, just relative to the surface. But if it's in the water body, then it's kind of ignored. Because we essentially want the velocity to continue out and be carried by a new water surface, which would, like, go up the wall, and then it would come back down the wall, but the velocity would kind of dampen depending on how much fluid was going up the wall, so that there'd always be a little bit, you know, like friction and surface tension and whatnot. So that would then... Yeah. I feel like I can do it. I feel like I can do it without any needing to look anything up as well. Because it's kind of like... It's not like your traditional fluid body simulation, right? We kind of just want some... We want, like, a surface simulation, like this. We've got our ripples, and we've got our velocity and foam and shit. And then we just want to add a little bit of juice on top. Instead of just masking it by the water surface, we want to essentially advect some water out and then bring it back. I think, yeah, that shouldn't be too hard, actually. Because then the idea is that for the... Why is that not coloured normal? Whatever. Oh, fuck me, I guess. Oh, is it because the normals are inside out or some shit? Yeah, what the fuck? What's this? No, you here. What's going into your normals? Normal puddle renderer. Well, anyway. With the ocean shit around our simulation zone, we can get the velocity. It's the same thing for the particles, right? For the wave crest particles. We run the wave shader on a low res render target, and then we use that, you know, that data to then do spawn some particles and shit, right? Except in this case, we'll be using it also to write the water height and velocity to our simulation, which will then propagate itself, you know, up onto the shoreline and whatnot. Or something. I don't know shit. I don't know shit. Who is this guy? Have you ever heard of this guy before? Prismatica Dev? Sounds like a fuckwit. probably. But yeah, that should also prevent like this from happening, where it like kind of dries up here before, like really suddenly. Although, what would that mean? Yeah. You know, it might. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. Anyway, I might wrap it up for now. We'll be going 4.5 hours, but I think this was a good sesh. We did some cool fluidity things. We also tripped balls. Yeah, Vorticity confinement was a good call on the fluid sim. I also want to just see how low, how little pressure iterations we can get away with. So, like, they recommend, I don't know, 60, although I'm over-relaxing by, like, 1.9. So this is, like, the most accurate with the water velocity and shit. Can't fucking tell the difference, honestly. If I put that down to 1, then you'll see that it will be a bit, yeah, a bit fuckier. It still works, right? Still works. But you can see that the kind of peak here is way thinner. Because we're only, like, going 1 pixel away. I think, honestly, like, 3 might be fine. Because I'm not really expecting the water to, like, move like a shit ton. As long as we can still get some decent vorticity. I wonder if 2 would do the trick. Doesn't look terrible. So what was it with 1 again? Even 1's not that terrible. Like, because you got to remember, this happens every frame. So it, like, kind of, it sorts itself out pretty quickly. I might just stick with 3 for now. Or even maybe 2, but with more curl. Depends if that balloon's out of control, though. Whether we get, like, yeah, we get persistent vortices. We get stable vortices and feeding back. So, yeah, maybe not. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. Alright, we'll stick with 4. Whatever. Dank. Dankus. Memus. Streaming again tomorrow. I don't know. It's Saturday now. Yeah, I don't know whether I'll stream tomorrow or not. I don't know. It depends. I might wake up, feel super motivated, and just tinker by myself. Or I might not. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. But maybe I will. You know? Is there a moth in here? Or am I just tripping? Yeah, well, GG, everyone. Who do we want to raid? Need to raid out. It's one of those when either you or Jedem's streaming. Well, that's kind of one of the reasons that I decided to stream tonight, is because, like, Jed had already wrapped up. And I was just so fucking bored. I was like, oh, I feel like doing work, but, like, there's no one to watch. And, like, Mizu was wrapping up. And I was just like, fuck it. I'll stream. I'll be the streamer. So, yeah. Right, who we raiding? How? We haven't raided Kindred in a while. I don't usually finish this late. Maybe one day I'll start streaming me doing art. Yeah, I mean, do it. It's worth. It's worth doing. I think streaming is a really good way to stay on top of things. And also, like, if you're doing games and art and anything that, you know, requires some kind of transaction at some point, the sooner you start, you know, not even so much like building up a fan base or like a community or whatever, but just the practice of talking to people, answering questions, explaining what you're doing can be, like, giga helpful down the line. Because imagine you release your game, people are interested in it. Imagine if, like, you can explain all your ideas passionately and concisely, you know, answer questions with, like, you know, like on camera about, why don't you add this to the game? When are we going to get this? When are we going to do that? And being able to, like, tell people that they're dumb as fuck and that their ideas suck. I'm not adding P to the game. There is no Ping in Prismatica. There is only one P in Prismatica. You know, I'm doing GameDev for now. I don't even think if you, like, if you're a beginner game dev, like if you're getting into game dev, especially with Unreal, even just streaming, dicking around is, like, good. Prismatica. No. No. Here's my hack. Here's my life hack for anyone that's like an art first person. If you're kind of like art first, or not even art first, if you've got the eye, you know, the art eye, where you can like look at something and say, that's not good. Or you can look at something and be like, that's good. That's like, if you can do that, you're 99% of the way there. But I think if you have something that looks nice, even if you're like, you know, not very experienced with programming and developing and whatnot, people will still watch your stream if there is vibes. And if people are watching the stream, you've essentially got like Chat GPT, but it's like Twitch Chat GPT, you know? That's what you guys are. Like whenever I'm like, I don't know about, you know, whether like, does the temperature drop when water vapor condenses into droplets? It's like, well, no, the temperature doesn't drop. The temperature increases because of the latent heat that was lost when it evaporated in the first place, you know? The phase change causes a temperature, you know? I wouldn't have known that without streaming. So yeah. All right, we're gonna raid Mr. Kindred of Kindred Games, who works on Swords and Magic and Stuff, a classic game. But I think he's currently working on a Game Jam game. Theme Tiny World. There you go. I'm gonna raid him. Fun fact, his devlogs is actually what got me started with Unreal, so there you go. So you guys better stick around and support his stream. Because without him, there would be no me. There would be no Prismatica Dev. Standing on the shoulders of giants, you know. Oh, good terrains. Thank you for watching, and thank you everyone else for watching, and thanks to all the YouTube people. You guys haven't chatted in a little while. Are you guys still there? Is YouTube still there? Yeah, it says they're there. Yeah. Goodbye. Maybe see you tomorrow. Maybe see you on Monday or Tuesday. I don't even know what my weekend plans are. I don't even know if I have a weekend. What is weekend? I don't know. Weekend? Ha. Strong end. Alright, bye.